alkali metals like potassium.
I just read this paper, and I think it makes a very strong point that gravity can't be a quantum theory. So Einstein was right after all. This is mind-bending stuff, but I'll give it a try. Physics can be abstract and unrelatable, but it's built on a key premise that we're all familiar with: causal order. You flip a switch, the light goes on. Cause, effect. One comes first, the other second. There's no ambiguity about this order. If you take into account quantum physics, the situation becomes more difficult. Imagine you have single quanta of light, photons, going through a beam splitter. The beam splitter converts each photon into a superposition of two directions. We often say that the photon is now both here and there. Now let's say on this photon's path we put two little gadgets that change the polarization. Let's also say that the photon started with a horizontal polarization. You can think of the polarization as an internal direction of the photon. The first gadget is one that'll rotate the polarization by 45 degrees right. The second one will flip it on the horizontal axis. What's the result? Well, it's now rotated by 45 degrees left. But the photon on the second path, we guide this, for example, with an optical fiber through these gadgets in the other order. It first gets flipped on the horizontal axis, but that doesn't do anything because it was horizontal. Then it gets rotated 45 degrees left. So you see, the order of these operations matters for the outcome. What one does then is set up an interferometer that recombines the paths and only gives a signal in output port 1 if the photon actually took both paths. So if that happens, then you know that the photon must in some sense have gone through these operations in both orders. So which one came first? You can't tell. That this indeed happens has been experimentally confirmed. It's called a quantum switch, and some have interpreted it as proof of an indefinite causal order. It's unclear what happened first to the photon. However, that claim doesn't hold up. You see, if the photons are actually in different polarization states, depending on which path they took, they can't interfere. To fix this, you need to effectively remove the operation you did on one path to get them to interfere. But once you've done that, there's no way to prove that the photon actually went both paths. Could just have gone either one path or the other and into the detector rather than both paths. Mystery solved, definite causal order restored. In quantum slang, they say that this indefinite causal order is not certifiable. The authors of the new paper have solved this problem by proving once and for all that causal order fundamentally deep down doesn't work. And the way they do this is to use general relativity. You see, Einstein taught us that mass and energy tell space-time how to curve, and that curvature tells light which paths to follow. In particular, if light goes into and out of a gravitational potential, that takes longer than as if the gravitational potential wasn't there. Now imagine you have a pair of particles in a superposition of two places, and you have two photons going by them. Now, depending on where the particles are, either the left photon arrives first or the right one. If those particles which bend the path of the light now are in both places, this is a true indefinite causal order. You can't tell which of the photons arrived first. The authors of the new paper now prove that if you could do this, there's some complicated arrangement of mirrors and switches and so on that no definite causal order can explain. I'll spare you the details because they aren't so relevant, and also just among you and I didn't understand them. But I read them twice, so I'm now confused at a much higher level. In any case, the bottom line is this: if there is a quantum theory of gravity, then causal order can't exist. I find this a remarkable result because you can turn it around and say, well, if we want a causal order, then gravity can't be quantum. Of course, if you actually put particles into the path of the photon, the gravitational effect is so tiny you can't measure it. You'd at the very least have to use mountains. Interesting, you might say. Tell me more about moving mountains. But sorry, this is theoretical physics. We're not actually moving mountains, we're just thinking about what would happen if you did. In the unlikely event that this video caused you confusion, consider that maybe your confusion caused the video. Bet you didn't see this one coming. Marvel, famous for its superhero comics, has teamed up with NordVPN to show how important internet safety is. Creative, entertaining and informative. I much enjoyed this. But let me tell you some more about NordVPN. It's an app that you install on your phone or laptop that routes your You've heard of zero-point energy, but have you heard of zero-point motion? Of the two, the zero-point motion is harder to understand because it seems to create something out of nothing. That is motion from... Yes, from what, actually? A new experiment has now shown that it's totally real. Let's have a look. Zero-point motion doesn't get remotely the attention that entanglement does, but I've always found it fascinating because it's such a direct manifestation of the randomness of quantum physics. And to me, it raises the question of whether that randomness is really fundamental or whether it comes from something else. But what is it? Let's start with zero-point energy. That's a purely quantum phenomenon that doesn't exist in the non-quantum world. It's a consequence of particles also being waves. Suppose you have a non-quantum particle and you catch it in some potential. That could be literally a dip in the surface, but it could also be a confinement with electromagnetic fields, which is how they do it in the laboratory. A particle without quantum properties will just sit there at the lowest energy point, and that's that. But if the particle has quantum properties, then it has a wavelength. And the wavelength needs to fit into the potential. This is the easiest to understand if the potential has hard walls, like it's a box. Then there are standing waves that fit in and the rest doesn't. This happens for any potential. And the important thing is that a quantum particle cannot not wave. It must wave. And if it waves, it has energy. This means that the state of lowest possible energy is above the classical no energy. And this is the so-called zero-point energy of a quantum system. It's energy that's always there, inevitably, because the particle has quantum properties. It's even still there at zero temperature. It's there in the vacuum. You cannot ever get rid of it. It's like emails from conferences you once attended. Okay, you might say, but who cares if it doesn't do anything? Well, this is where zero-point motion comes in, because the zero-point energy should be related to a zero-point motion. They're basically brothers. The zero-point energy should move stuff around randomly in some direction. I know this kind of sounds like magic, like you get motion from nothing, and that's totally correct. Physics is magic. This is what the math says anyway. It turned out to be very difficult to measure, though. There have been some previous attempts to look for zero-point motion in atom clouds, but that didn't properly work. This new approach works completely differently. They want to look at what the individual atoms do in a molecule. They have zero-point energy, but do they also have zero-point motion? Like, even if the molecule is not itself vibrating, it's the lowest possible energy state, can the atom still move because of this unavoidable energy? Common sense says no. Quantum math says yes. And the grand proposal says maybe if you give us $2 million. So what does the experiment say? They measure this with a method called Coulomb explosion imaging. They basically take a big molecule and they blasted it with a huge X-ray laser. This rapidly strips off the electrons. Without the electrons, the atomic nuclei strongly repel each other because they're all positively charged. So the molecule explodes. They catch watch all the atoms and then they measure exactly what momentum each nucleus had. From this, they can infer how much zero-point motion the atoms had before the blast. It's a really clever method. And to make a long story short, they find that zero-point motion is totally real. I give this paper a 0 out of 10 on the bullshit meter. It's a neat experiment. I know that zero-point energy and zero-point motion attract a lot of attention as possible alternative energy sources, but I'm afraid I don't know any way to harness this energy for practical uses. Unless your practical use is to confuse people on YouTube. However, I think that the theoretical implications are somewhat underrated, because think about it. The basic equation of quantum physics, the Schrödinger equation, has no random element. The only random element in quantum physics is the measurement process. So why does a molecule have zero-point motion before anyone's looking at it? Or does it not? Or is quantum physics wrong? I don't have an answer to this. I don't think anyone has. But for now, quantum mechanics has once again won a staring contest with common sense. Quantum mechanics, algorithms, statistics, sounds scary, but don't let yourself be intimidated. Have a look at the courses on Brilliant, because I found them to be great at breaking down complex ideas into interactive lessons that anyone can follow. All courses on Brilliant have interactive visualizations and come with follow-up questions. What you see here is from their newly updated maths courses. No matter how abstract the topic seems, Brilliant's courses have intuitive visualizations that really click into my brain. I found it to be a highly effective way to build up knowledge, and Brilliant covers a large variety of topics in science, computer science, and maths, from general scientific thinking to dedicated courses, just what I'm interested in. And of course, I have a special offer for viewers of this channel. If you use my link brilliant.org/Sabine or scan the QR code, you'll get 20% off the annual premium subscription. So go and check this out. Thanks for watching. See you tomorrow. Nuclear batteries are getting serious. Yes, I'm really talking about batteries that deliver energy from radioactivity. These used to be niche application things, but I've recently come across a few interesting patents that give me some idea of what's likely to come next. We've talked about nuclear batteries a few times before, but those were all small batteries with very low power output, like the Chinese company Betavolt, for example. They have this little battery that uses a radioactive isotope of nickel. It has a half-life of roughly 100 years and produces about 100 microwatt. There are also some companies in the United States which sell small nuclear batteries, like City Labs that uses tritium, which has a half-life of about 12 years, and the British company Arcanlight that makes a battery from carbon-14, probably in the range of some microwatt at best, with a half-life of 5,000 years. Perfect if you want to leave something behind for your great-great-great-great-grandchildren that isn't an unpronounceable German family name. These nuclear batteries excel in their lifetime, and that has some uses like for sensors or some space missions. They are in the range of small button cell batteries, but because the power is so low, the range of applications is very limited. The interesting new development is now that the business is trending towards nuclear batteries with more power. One way this is happening is that the companies with small nuclear batteries want to stack them to reach higher voltage. For example, the company Infinite Power has put forward a patent with a battery that, going by this image, is about a cubic meter in size or so. They say that it can reach up to 3 watts. The Chinese company also says that one can combine their batteries from a few microwatts to several watts. Other than that statement, I haven't seen any details, but it's plausibly possible. So this still isn't huge, like you can't run a car with it, but at least it's enough to power a dim light. This sort of solution makes sense for applications where you need a long lifetime and aren't worried about space requirements. Ideal, for example, for some sort of beacons or measurement stations in remote locations. Maybe a webcam in Antarctica that sends penguin photos through the next millennium. But even more interesting is that some startups are moving on to a totally different type of nuclear battery called a radioisotope thermoelectric generator, RTG for short. You see, the previous batteries that I mentioned all use radioactive decay to create a flow of electricity. The reason they have fairly small power is the type of radioactive isotope that they use. But you can't use isotopes that radiate more power for those batteries because then they'll just wreck the semiconductors you need to generate electricity. If you want higher power, you have to do something else, and that's to create power from the heat. And this is what these thermoelectric generators do. The idea isn't new. They've been around since the 1960s. NASA has used them to power some space missions. They typically ran on plutonium or polonium and reach up to some 100 watts. The Russians have also used strontium. The Russians actually deployed those things across the country for monitoring, for example, power lines. If you like true horror stories, in 2001, a group of Russians found such a nuclear battery that had been taken apart in the snowy wilderness and cuddled up to because it was nicely warm. It didn't end well. Very interesting video about this here. If you find an object that glows for unknown reasons in any part of the electromagnetic spectrum, please stay away from it. To come back to the topic, there are multiple companies that are advancing these thermoelectric generators at various sizes and watt levels, and rumors say that this might partly be used to power military drones, which sounds all too plausible. The American company Xenopower, for example, patented a new thermoelectric generator a few years back that reduces the size of these objects substantially, as you can see from this award-winning illustration. It could run, among other things, on strontium. Their website says they are developing nuclear thermoelectric generators in the range of 10 to 100 watts, and they do this for space, satellite and seafloor missions, but I bet the military is very interested in this. The company NDB, which stands for Nano Diamond Batteries.
Look at this, guys. Where are we right now? Where on earth are we right now? If you had to drop me off here without knowing, I would say we just landed in Accra or Dhaka or somewhere in Ghana. Guys, this is Paris in 2025.
They're lying about the numbers.
They're lying about the numbers. They are not telling us the truth. They are not disclosing the census. What's going on here?
They're selling vegetables.
Vegetable markets, fruits. Don't worry. No,
I'm worried.
Yeah. I don't want to document what's going on.
Yeah, no, I know.
Fruit.
Just do it from behind me.
Yeah. Obviously, Fred's trying to do his job, and I'm trying to do mine. We're trying to find the balance of safety and documentation at the same time. I've been told not to film countless amounts of times already. Why? If it's just the market, why can't I film? Bro, imagine you come on your honeymoon with your girlfriend or something, you book an Airbnb, and you end up in this part of town and you don't know. Like these two over here.
We can, we
Like
use
this.
the Western alphabet, and we have, you know, English and French share some similarities, so we can find a way around. But imagine if you used Chinese symbols or
Japanese or something.
you know, you wouldn't know what the f to do.
Look at this, guys. Where are we right now? Where on earth are we right now? If you had to drop me off here without knowing, I would say we just landed in Accra.
How fast men can become friends. What's this?
Give me your money, bitch.
Oh, calm down, bro.
You calm down. Just hurry up.
Are you a black guy?
Are you serious?
What?
What, just because I'm robbing you mean I'm black?
Well, I mean,
Why would you think that?
I don't know, maybe because you're robbing me and you're black?
How you know I wasn't a white guy?
Because, bro, you talk black.
Excuse me? How would you feel if I just assumed you was a gardener?
I am a gardener.
How would you feel if I assumed you was in a mariachi
No.
band?
I'd be fine with it. I love mariachi.
How would you feel if I assumed you was illegal?
Oh, okay. Calm down. That's too far.
Yeah,
Don't
yeah.
even talk to me.
Doesn't feel too good.
So how would you feel if I assumed you need to pay child support?
How would you feel if I
God.
assumed all you did was get drunk and watch soccer?
How would you feel if I assumed you only eat chicken and watermelon?
How would you feel if I assumed you only eat tacos and fajitas?
How would you... Damn, I could really go for a taco right now, actually.
Hey, actually,
Yeah.
I could do the same.
They probably won't like it, though, because they don't have grape soda.
What's your favorite band? Juan Direction?
I like Juan Direction, I'm not gonna lie.
It was a good
Yeah.
one, right?
Yeah, it wasn't bad, wasn't bad.
See, man, it's okay to laugh at each other sometimes, as long as after all the ignorant jokes and stupid
Yeah.
comments, we actually respect each other.
That was beautiful.
Now, give me your money, bitch.
Are you serious?
Yeah, man, I gotta pay this child support.
Oh no! I'm so glad racism is back. I've been waiting on this for a while. Thank God. How fast men can become friends. What's this?
Give me your money, bitch.
Oh, calm down, bro.
You're a dumbass. You're a dumbass. You're grade A, number one, bona fide, first class. You're a dumbass. You're a dumbass. And you're a dumbass. You're a dumbass.
Cheeseburger.
Press cheeseburger.
Large chocolate milkshake.
Press large chocolate milkshake.
I found it quite complicated, but now that I've served my first customer, I think I'm definitely on my way to becoming a pilot.
Now ask, would you like fries with that?
Would you like fries with that?
Yeah, not me, him.
So now it's my job to train up the new staff.
Can I have a burger, please?
Burger. Burger.
Press burger.
Press burger.
Onion rings.
Onion rings. Onion rings.
Press onion rings.
Press onion rings.
Strawberry milkshake.
Strawberry milkshake. Chocolate milkshake.
No, strawberry milkshake.
No strawberry milkshake.
No strawberry milkshake.
I have to be careful though. If I get too many stars, there's a danger I may become overqualified to be a pilot.
Code for the toilet, please.
Can I have the code for the toilet, please?
Can I have the code for the toilet, please?
295.
245.
361.
Cheeseburger.
Ptaszek?
Here's what to do when the police are at your door. This is the police, open up.
Oh no! Should I answer them?
If you want, but you're not legally required to open the door or even answer the police when they knock.
Okay, bet. New Master 32, I own you.
But they could be here to warn you about a criminal on the loose, or they could have a warrant, in which case you do have to open up the door.
Okay, so what should I do?
Without opening the door, just say, how can I help you?
Okay. Hello, officer. How may I help you?
Well, we have reason to suspect a crime took place inside here. Open the door.
The only crime that happened here is me blasting noobs, man.
This is serious. Ask them for a warrant.
Do you have a warrant?
We don't need one.
Oh, is that right?
A police officer usually needs a warrant to search your house, but there are exceptions, like when the police are in pursuit of a criminal.
So, should I let them in?
Wait, they said that they have a reason to suspect, not that they're in pursuit, so say no again.
I'm sorry, officer, but I can't let you in without a search warrant.
Come on, it will just take 5 minutes. Cops are trained to be persuasive and might even stretch the truth, so stay firm, be polite, and say no. Make sure to record the interaction through a peephole or window.
I said no. So unless you have a warrant, leave my house now.
I'm not leaving until... Here's what to do when the police are at your door.
I'm in?
Wait, they're in pursuit.
Sir, but I can't let you in without a search warrant.
Come on, it will just take 5 minutes. Cops are trained to be persuasive and might even stretch the truth, so stay firm, be polite, and say no. Make sure to record the interaction through a peephole or window.
I said no. So unless you have a warrant, leave my house now.
I'm not leaving until I get my revenge. Revenge? What do you mean? Who are you? The name's Noob. Noob Master 32.
Uh-oh.
Here's what to do when the police are at your...
Bye-bye. Oh no, you're gonna get me. Ha ha! Bye-bye. Nice try. Bye-bye. Oh no, you're gonna get me. Ha ha! Bye-bye.
It's a bridge. Just goes around the corner.
Check out.
It's a bridge. Just goes around the corner. Walking on the fighting side of me.
That don't look like it.
It don't. It don't go down.
Robert, it goes down.
No, it don't.
It do go down.
Oh! Don't! It's a bridge. Just goes around the corner. Walking on the fighting side of me.
That don't look like it.
It
goes down.
It don't. It don't go down.
Robert, it goes down.
No, it don't.
It do go down.
Oh! Don't! It's a bridge. Just goes around the corner. Walking on the fighting side of me.
That don't look like it. Goes down.
It don't. It don't go down.
Robert, it goes down.
No, it don't.
It do go down.
Oh! Don't! It's a bridge. Just goes around the corner. Walking on the fighting side of me.
That don't look like it.
It don't. It don't go down.
Robert, it goes down.
No, it don't.
It do go down.
Oh!
Check out this magnet setup. You see that? Before I show you what this is used for, let me show you how it works. Each of these silver spots is a permanent magnet slipped into this plastic ring. When I bring another magnet close, you'll see it's attracted to each of these. They're all oriented the same way. I'm gonna flip it over, so now you can see it's repelling these small magnets. Let's keep it in that orientation. Now I'll take another big magnet and I'll check these. Okay, these are repelling, so I'm gonna flip this over. Great, now those are attracting. So I'm gonna take this attracting magnet and I'm gonna put it inside this repelling magnet. Now, what do you think is gonna happen when I bring this close? Look at that. It sticks at just this distance. If I pull it further away, it comes back. So what could you do with this? Well, this could be inside a board game. And as you move your pieces, sometimes your piece lands and it's attracted, sticks to the board. Other times your piece lands and it levitates above the board, adding some element of surprise and reveal as the board game goes. Or scale it up even bigger, you could have a cup holder where you take this cup, you put it in the cup holder of your car and it levitates just the perfect distance, riding out the bumps to prevent spilling. But what is it actually used in? Well, look at that lamp, just hovers there in the air. Or this clock, look at the second hand of this clock, just hovering in the air as it ticks by. I just love all the things you can do with stable levitation. Check out this magnet setup.
As I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I take a look. As I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I take a look. As I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I take a look.
Do you want something that's kind of cool? I have two objects that both have the same mass, but this object has most of its mass in the middle, the red one, and the blue object has most of its mass around the outside. So, the question is, when I release them, which is going to hit the bottom of the ramp first? Red, mass inside, blue, mass outside. Go ahead and take a vote. And look at that. The red one hit first. Now, all objects free fall, meaning falling this way, at the same rate, no matter their mass, in a gravitational field. But it turns out that when things roll downhill, it gets a little more complicated. What matters is where the mass is placed, what the shape of the object is. So if I have a hoop, which is most of its mass outside, looks like a cylinder, and another hoop, which is really small, different masses, different sizes, they're both hoops. Let's take a guess. What's going to hit first? Look at that. Same exact time for both. So it turns out that two objects of the same shape roll down the hill at the same rate, regardless of their mass, regardless of their length, regardless of their size. We can also see this with cylinders. Here I have a long, skinny cylinder. Here I have a really small, little tiny cylinder. Still counts as a cylinder, by the way. Some people might call it a disc. A disc is a cylinder. So now I'm going to go ahead and have a race. Here we go. 3, 2, 1. And you can see, again, they got down at the same exact rate. Now, I'll take the hoop just to show, and the cylinder. And the cylinder beats the hoop easily. It turns out that the further mass is away from the center, the harder it is to rotate it. That's called moment of inertia. So this has more moment of inertia. It's more difficult to rotate this than this. All of its mass is more near the center. It's easier to rotate. So hoops are going to go down a hill slower than discs. Physics is pretty fun. Do you want something that's kind of cool? I have two objects that both have the same mass, but this object has most of its mass in the middle, the red one, and the blue object has...
I know what this is.
Bro, I'll give you $10 if you can name a country that starts with K in Africa.
Kenya?
Name a country.
Kenya. Give me $10.
Not in my... Can you fit these nuts in your mouth? Yo, bro, you don't have it in China?
What? What happened in China?
I'm trying to fit these nuts in your mouth.
I know what this is.
Bro.
Hmm?
I'll give you $10 if you can name a country that starts with K in Africa.
Uh-huh.
Kenya?
Name a country.
Kenya. Give me
Can you
$10.
fit these nuts in my... Can you fit these nuts in your mouth? Yo, bro. You don't have it in China?
What? What happened in China?
I'm trying to fit these nuts in your mouth.
Alexa, copy the breakdown.
That's Andrew Berger, right? Sorry, something went wrong.
Alexa, copy the breakdown.
That's Andrew Berger, right? Sorry, something went wrong.
Alexa, copy the breakdown.
That's Andrew Berger, right?
apaixonar, mas não vou com contação. Belo, vou viver a minha vida assim. E na fonte construo casa, te dá dia, não dá. emocional, mas vou fonte do casar. Tira a dia emocional, mas eu vou Yeah. Emocional, mas não vou com conta sombra. Vou viver a minha vida da e na fonte dos tu casa. Te dá dia, não dá. Emocional, mas não vou com conta sombra. Vou viver a minha vida da e na fonte dos tu casa. Te dá dia, não dá. Emocional, mas não vou com conta sombra. Vou viver. Emocional, mas não vou com contação. Bem, vou viver a minha vida da som. E na fonte dos tu casa. Te dá dia, não dá. Emocional, mas não vou com contação. Bem, vou viver a minha vida da som. E na fonte dos tu casa. Te dá dia, não dá. Emocional, mas não vou com contação. Belo, vou viver a minha vida da ação. E na fonte dos tu casa, te dá dia, não dá. Emocional, mas não vou com contação. Belo, vou viver a minha vida da ação. E na fonte dos tu casa, te dá dia, não dá.
absolutely clear when you start looking into this is, from the moment that Amazon Basics began, they have always been right where they need to be. Anytime there's a product category which is frequently searched for, but doesn't have a lot of brand loyalty to other companies, you will find Amazon. How do they know which product categories to get into? Well, Amazon knows immediately when a product type starts to sell well. They know how often it's being returned. They know which version of the product people like the most. They know if there's already a leading brand that people are specifically searching for. And while the company has already been threatened with some very serious fines for using this data to decide what products they're going to make, and have now agreed to not, according to more than 20 former Amazon employees, it's actually been described in the past as standard practice for them to have done so. Like in 2020, one of the best-selling everyday slings on Amazon was by the company Peak Design. It was $100, clearly designed to be a premium product. But then Amazon, right out of nowhere, dropped their own version of this, and spot the difference. It was such an egregious copy that the founders of Peak Design even made this entire video about it. How it looked the same, but didn't actually have any of the perks of their bag. How it swapped out the aluminium for plastic. How it didn't have all the recycled materials, the lifetime warranty, the fairly paid factory workers, etc., etc. Also, how sick is this? I can even carry on watching the video automatically when I leave that tab. It just floats around with me when you're using the Opera browser or sponsor. Amazon even went as far as to copy the name, calling their product the Amazon Basics Everyday Sling, until they saw that video and then changed it to the camera bag. Very smooth, guys. Point being, Amazon always finds a way to be there. And the other thing you'll notice is that anytime Amazon is there, as soon as they've decided that they're making a basics version of a product, whether or not it's the best-selling or the top-rated item in that category, they'll find a way to use the fact that it's their platform anyway to stick them right at the top. Look at this, micro SD. There you go, Amazon, slap bang first position, and it's $17.99 for a 128GB card. That's actually not a very good deal. And you have to scroll past that and the sponsored listing, and then Amazon's one again to actually see that, because only then do you find this one from SanDisk. Okay, let me split screen this, because I want to make this super clear. SanDisk is 1.5 times the storage speed. It is 2 times the amount of storage, and it comes with an SD card adapter for just $2 more. And Amazon's algorithm absolutely knows this data. So if Amazon was a purely objective search engine, solely designed to get you to the best product for you, this SanDisk should have been right at the top. But it isn't. And then there's the overall pick, or Amazon Choice badges, which Amazon awards to a high quality $2 more. And Amazon's algorithm absolutely knows this data. So if Amazon was a purely objective search engine, solely designed to get you to the best product for you, this SanDisk should have been right at the top. But it isn't. And then there's the overall pick, or Amazon Choice badges, which Amazon awards to a high quality, well-priced, and immediately available product. Which, you know, that makes sense as far as criteria goes, until you remember that they've designed the criteria, and in many, many cases, it's their own products that are winning their own choice awards. Now, this has already been a big point of contention. Amazon has already been investigated to make sure they're being fair and transparent with how the badges are allocated. But here's the thing. It doesn't actually matter who they give the badges to. Like if we search, what's the new one? USB-C cable. Okay, so look, Anchor is the overall pick. They have the badge, which makes sense. You know, their product is at 104,000 reviews compared to the Amazon Basic one, which has 15,000. But even though Anchor is the overall pick, it is still sitting below the sponsor post, which sits below Amazon Basics' own brand listing. So even though Amazon's kind of telling you that Anchor is the product to get to, I guess, comply with all the regulators, it's not showing you that product unless you scroll. Again, I bought both. And to be honest, the Amazon cable does feel like the cheaper product. Very plasticky. It feels like the old Apple Lightning cables compared to the woven finish on the Anchor, which makes me feel like it's going to last a lot longer. And just to be clear here, I wouldn't call Amazon Basics products bad. They're never the most expensive. They're not scams. Amazon's entire product takeover strategy, it wouldn't work if the product sucked. But the problem is that they're also rarely the best value option, especially when you factor in other products being on sale, and that they're being shown to you instead of products that might be better value. Plus, this power that Amazon has is kind of self-fulfilling. Like, if they had the ability to just plant their not best-selling product above the actually best-selling product, which is exactly what happened when Amazon decided they wanted to make AA batteries, they just stuck theirs in front of Duracell and Energizer, then surely it's just a matter of time before more people start buying Amazon's product, until Amazon actually becomes the bestseller option, at which point Amazon can happily hand themselves the bestseller badge and no one can even complain that they're not. Trust me when I say I'm not cherry-picking examples here. Amazon Basics comes up first pretty consistently, whether you're searching for printer paper or cotton buds, pens, pencils, even freaking pants. Amazon is making them and you can be sure they're putting them first. So what is going on here? Are Amazon trying to kill every seller? But then that doesn't seem like a good strategy. Aren't those sellers the reason that people go to Amazon? And doesn't Amazon make tons of money from them selling on Amazon? And then the other weird part of it is that even though Basics is often not the very cheapest option, surely Amazon is still making basically no profit on these products. It seems like every Basics product is specifically chosen to be a very replaceable, low-cost commodity. You know, basically tools that are purchased solely for a simple purpose. That also means there's very little money in them. Like, to set up the manufacturing for these 30 pencils, to create packaging, then to list them, then to send them by next day delivery, handle returns, to do all of that for like $4, why would you bother? Why not just let another seller do all the hard work, and because you're Amazon and you own them, just take your cut from them? Well, that is what I I've been trying to get to the bottom of, and I think their master plan is starting to become clear. So we've talked about how Amazon is not afraid to see what works based on what other companies are doing and then just do it themselves. Like how back in the day the company Rain Design, who had the best-selling laptop stand, found that their product had been almost one-to-one copied by Amazon, with pretty much the only thing changing being the logo. But there's one vital piece of information that makes this a whole lot more threatening, that Amazon can undercut everyone. See, you might know that Amazon charges every single seller on their platform fees. There's a monthly subscription fee, about $40 a month if you want to be a professional seller, but also a referral fee for every sale. So this is a percentage cost of the item's sale price, anywhere between 8 and 45% if you're selling accessories for a product that Amazon themselves make, like a Kindle. But overall, these fees average around 15%. Amazon, obviously, doesn't have to pay their own fees. So no company can actually price themselves as low as Amazon can when selling on Amazon, unless they either decide to make much less or zero profit, or they find a way to source their items at a significantly lower cost than Amazon. But it won't be the latter. If you're a seller and Amazon decides they're making the same product as you, Amazon's bigger than you. They've got the power and frankly the clout to place orders in much bigger quantities from suppliers and actually be the one getting even better rates than companies who've been selling these products for years. So their costs are going to be lower than yours. But here's the extra little sprinkle on top. If you're a seller on Amazon, your entire objective from your sales is to make profit, right? You have to add a bit of extra markup to your goods to even make the whole thing worth it. Otherwise, what are you even doing there? But Amazon doesn't even have that restriction. Amazon doesn't need to make a penny of profit on these basics products because they're not in the business of product sales. I mean, Bezos himself once said, we want to make money when people use our devices, not when people buy our devices. So Amazon wins just by people being on Amazon, because the more people there are, the more people will pay them monthly for their Amazon Prime subscription, and then the more they will start to buy into Amazon's other services, because paying for Prime puts you essentially in the heart of Amazon's ecosystem. It's almost designed to lead buyers towards Amazon Prime Video and signing up for Amazon Music and Kindle, and even adopting Amazon as your main grocery store thanks to Amazon Fresh. All of which to say, as a seller on Amazon, you're competing against a company who isn't playing the same game as you. There is a positive that comes from this. Like, let's be honest, Amazon's logistics are pretty unmatched. At least here in the UK, it's the only company who I found I can actually trust to deliver next day when they say they're going to deliver next day. And so to be able to buy a still fairly affordable product that's made by Amazon does give me reassurance that it will just work as it says it will. It will get to me on time, and it will be returnable very easily if I then decide I don't want it. Like this is the $28 Amazon Basics Ultra Premium Keyboard and Mouse, and I'm very satisfied with it. The chassis is made of metal, the keys feel really satisfying. It arrived at my doorstep 18 hours after having placed the order, but this still doesn't fully answer the question. It's clear how Amazon Basics gets such a leg up compared to third-party sellers, how Amazon basically forces other companies to be more expensive so that they can stay affordable compared to them, but it still doesn't explain what is Amazon actually gaining by becoming a seller themselves? Well, I think this is the very crux of it. See, Amazon.com, the website, actually has two main revenue streams from sellers. We've talked about the obvious one, which is the percentage fee that they take from every sale, and this is the bigger part of their business. But the other one has been right under our noses this whole time. Sellers paying Amazon to appear higher in searches. Let's say, hypothetically, Amazon wanted to grow how much they make from this. How would they do that? Well, by making it harder to compete if you're not paying that fee. So let's just go back to batteries for a second, because I find this so strange. So Amazon Basics has the best seller badge. We've already talked about how they got to that. And then over here, also the overall pick badge. Then the only products you see from their key competitors, Duracell and Energizer, the ones that used to be at the top before Amazon Basics got involved, are only there because they paid Amazon extra, on top of their monthly seller fees and on top of their per product referral fees. And even then, they don't have any badges. They have to have this sponsored label, which makes them seem like ads, and therefore not as good as the Amazon products, which are just allowed to organically be there. And also, they still come after Amazon's own product. So I think the primary purpose of Amazon Basics is not to generate piles of cash in direct sales. They are good enough products sold at good enough prices, and they leverage Amazon's unique position to essentially create a frenzy in which sellers have two choices. A, to either start offering something that's exceptionally good and take almost zero profit for themselves, which, you know, that's going to boost the number of buyers who want to keep paying Amazon's monthly Prime subscription. Or B, to essentially enter a bidding war, trying to outpay each other to compete for the only remaining visible area up for grabs, those sacred sponsored slots. I was actually reading a guide for sellers the other day by Expando, and it literally spells out third-party sellers must invest in sponsored ads and promoted listings to get their product seen by customers. It's not an additional extra, it's a requirement. And in both of these instances, Amazon makes a ton of money. And Basics is actually just the start of it. You search for coffee pods, you see Happy Belly, owned by Amazon. You search for dog food, you see Wag, owned by Amazon. Amazon even has 206 Collective for shoes, which, funnily enough, has also been accused of blatantly copying the design of the Allbirds wool runners and then selling them at less than half the price. These brands are the same thing, using all the same strategies. Like Salimo in India, for whom a leaked internal document literally spelled out that their objective was to replicate products based on data from Amazon Marketplace sellers. So next time you shop on Amazon, just scroll a little further, because there's a pretty decent chance you'll find a better deal. It's so cool that I can pause and then carry on playing my music from the sidebar no matter what page I'm on. Link below to get the Opera browser for free. That's going to last you just as long, if not longer than the battery. You know what? Screw it. 90% effort saved. Where have you been all my life? You know, there was a day when sitting down and reading a book was considered a does kind of have it all. It's battery powered, so you can put it anywhere. The battery itself lasts for up to 180 days on a charge. The bin refills here are 20 bins in one bag. So that's going to last you just as long, if not longer than the battery. You know what? Screw it. 90% effort saved. Where have you been all my life? You know, there was a day when sitting down and reading a book was considered a lazy day. Then we got e-readers, which can do our page turning for us and can store an entire library's worth of content in your handbag. And now, we don't even have to hold anything. Because the Sol glasses are supposedly the world's first wearable e-reader. Let's try it. Oh wow, the image feels massive. This is the cinema style reading experience. And the very interesting thing about this, compared to well, actually any other headset I've ever worn, is that these are e-ink displays, which are just lit from the sides with these soft, warm white LEDs. And it's a little bit strange because, in theory, that should make it really low eye strain. I think it's the fact that those displays are actually sitting like 2 centimeters from your eyeballs that isn't achieving that goal. My eyes would be more at rest if I was holding an e-reader, say, here. So can you feasibly use this while lying in bed right before you sleep? I mean, this feels like what it was designed for. You just hold this very strangely shaped remote in your hand and use that to control everything. Gotta say, not my favorite remote. It's like the fact that you can't see it means that you have to feel your way around it. So the buttons have to be very clearly separated and they're not. So it's very easy to press the wrong thing. And also like a surprising amount of effort to press. But actually the bigger thing is just resolution. Like each display in front of your eyes is 256 pixels by 256, which sounds like a lot for how small the screens are, but the total resolution is then far, far lower than like a high-end Kindle. And you can kind of see it on the E's and the Y's. The letters are not super well defined. And that's also limiting how many words you can fit on the page at once. So you're actually going to have to be turning pages like 3 times as often with this. Okay, but this is where the Sol glasses truly separate themselves from any other e-reader. You can ask them questions about anything you're reading and it'll use AI to give you the answer. So it pulls open a whole load of different pre-made questions and then you select one of them, I guess. Okay, then you have to select which pages of the book you're referring to. Oh God, this is like the clunkiest form of AI that probably exists in 2025. There is no way that people are using these features on a regular basis. The only other thing is this autopilot mode. Ooh, that is cool. So it's shading out line by line to make sure that I'm only paying attention to the sentence that needs to be. So it's training me to read faster by making the old sentences that are done disappear. Oh, and then it also turns the pages for you. That is kind of nice. It means I don't have to deal with this freaking remote. I gotta say, a face-mounted e-reader with a tool-assisted speedrun mode was
not high on my bingo card for this year, but I don't think overall that makes much sense at all for most people. Apparently our paneer is done. Oh my God, that's actually bonkers to think that the last time I saw this, it was just a couple of ingredients in containers, and now it actually looks exactly like the picture. I had a certain expectation in my mind of what would happen when I left a robot completely unattended to cook my meal for me, and this is not that. Oh wow. That is restaurant quality paneer. The paneer feels like it's cooked perfectly. It's just the right level of soft. Considering this is max spiciness, it's actually quite mild, but just enough that it makes your mouth water. And the sauce has like a little bit too much cream for an average home-cooked meal, but makes it taste damn good. Are you happy with your paneer tikka masala? Yeah, 5 stars for the meal itself. But as impressive as that all is, would I actually buy one of these machines? Probably not. It's very expensive. Plus, there is an extra subscription cost if you want more than the basic 50 recipes. And in the future, that subscription will also let you import ones from the internet, which is, I mean, very cool that it can do that. But then why would that feature need to be paywalled? But I think the main thing here is the thing that really takes up the majority of your time when you're cooking is the buying of all the ingredients, the prepping and the chopping of all of them, and then the washing up afterwards. And this doesn't really save on any of those. It's actually kind of doing the one somewhat fun part of cooking, but leaving all the boring jobs to you. What I'm hoping is that they can find a way to offer a higher tier of subscription, but that also includes all of the pre-measured out portions of ingredients, drop into these containers and just let the robot handle your entire cooking for the week. The robot is not for me, but it does feel like the smartest iteration of robot does some cooking related task for human that I've ever seen. So that's lunch number 2 down. Now I just need some dessert. And providing that is the Ninja Swirl, the company's upgraded ice cream machine that can apparently turn anything into soft serve. Oh, it's a little more top heavy than I was expecting. So the main event here is the creamerizer, which sounds about one step away from being a Dr. Doofenshmirtz invention. But it's essentially just these rotating paddles that continuously aerate your frozen mixture, which is how it's apparently going to turn this block of ice looking thing into smooth, creamy soft serve. So one thing that I will say about this, I constantly see these machines being shown in TikToks, like my 2-ingredient ice cream that takes 30 seconds to make. But it's not that simple. You first got to blend your ingredients. I've gone for literally just banana and milk for mine. Then you got to freeze it all. And you have to do this the night before, which is, I guess, why mine's gone a little bit browner than I'd like for a banana ice cream. I guess the banana doesn't freeze instantly, so it's gonna oxidize. And then you've got to creamerize that frozen mixture. It does sound nice, though, clicking it all into place. And then this in itself is also a multi-step process that takes about 4 minutes. Now, you take out the container, you attach the other dispensing lid, you mount it onto this entirely separate part of the machine, nozzle goes to open, and then finally, ice cream. So it's essentially using a press to force the ice cream out the nozzle. Look at that, though. What? I can't quite believe that it's achieved this level of texture with the 2 ingredients that I put into it. Yeah, that's kind of insane. It's just banana and milk, but it's smooth, it's creamy, it's not very icy, which I expected it to be. This one really tears me up because that outcome is absolutely unparalleled. The effort required to achieve that outcome is so high that I can't see myself using it on a regular basis. That would have to be for at least 4 people for it to be worth all of this washing up and pre-prep. So I kind of rate this product. Plus it can do sorbets, it can do milkshakes, and it can do mix-ins. So you could have nuts sprinkled in that it specifically mixes and not pulverizes. But it's not a lazy product. It's actually kind of the opposite. So much work has to go into it. Ah! What if you get ice cream on your window? So let's create 2 zones here. So the top area, I'm gonna cover in smudges. Think of this like level 1. Okay, I promise, I put butter on my hands before I did this, just so you don't think I'm some sort of grease monster. And then the bottom is level 2, for when you're in too deep. And it's all to find out if the $600 Ecovacs W2 Omni can save us. This is meant to be the robot for cleaning your windows for you. And I've got to say, it is looking promising. They really have thought of a clever way of keeping everything together. So like, for example, this is the robot. It sits inside this suitcase, and when you want to use it, just hold it against a window, and it suctions itself to it. With apparently 8 different hardware-based fall protection measures, then that's connected to the suitcase via a cable that can coil itself inside to keep it tidy and untangled. Then there's also a mains plug that you can keep permanently inside of here, and a battery for 110 minutes of cleaning when you're away from a power source. Oh look, so you can see the first thing it does is goes right into the top corner so that it can methodically work its way down. Oh wait, that's the Growbot. The alarm's going off. So that's how it notifies you. Elegant. But also notice, the camera I'm using, the Insta360 X5, our sponsor, is the only reason that I can be standing here recording me talking about this product while making sure that I miss absolutely nothing when it comes to the window cleaner over there, while keeping both of my hands completely free so that I can actually pick the thing up, all while eliminating its own invisible selfie stick from the shot so the thing just looks like it's floating. As for how well this is cleaned, by the way, I would say pretty well. It's like the entire top layer has been scrubbed very thoroughly, but it hasn't done a very good job when it comes to the sides. It kind of feels like I hired someone from Fiverr to do the cleaning. It hasn't done a very good job when the entire top layer has been scrubbed very thoroughly, but it hasn't done a very good job when it comes to the sides. It kind of feels like I hired someone from Fiverr to do the cleaning. This is the result I would expect. It's definitely saved me some time, and it's great that you can just pop these brushes straight into the dishwasher, but there is still work to be done here before you can just leave this. Now we're back on this side, just as the window cleaner is approaching level 2. This camera truly does allow me to be the laziest version of myself. And even if the thing gets taken out while you're trying a particular kitchen for every single chore, but this has to be the most over-engineered one to exist. This is the $1,439 smart duvet that makes your bed for you. Why does the control box look like an Xbox Kinect? So, you set this box up at the base of your bed, and this system serves two purposes. One is a very similar ability to the 8-sleep beds, which can heat and cool each side individually. But instead of pumping temperature-controlled water around the bed, this pumps air. So I've set this side, for example, to its highest possible temperature. I mean, it's fine. It feels a little on the warm side. And then this is the cold side. Okay, you can feel the difference, but definitely far less of a temperature range than 8-sleep. This is about a 7 degrees Celsius max difference between the two sides. 8-sleep can do 30. They do also say that just the action of sending air into your bed oxygenates it, which reduces the irritation on your skin caused by sweat because the humidity is lower. And then to top the whole thing off, the unit even has ambient lighting, which is like proper 16 million colors, the whole shebang, and even aromatherapy. So you take this filter out of the back of the unit, and then by soaking this foam in the oil of your choice, it'll effectively use the fans it already has on the inside to blow through it and spread that scent. It's very much giving me jack of all trades vibes. But this is what we're really here for. Bed making, start. I don't really know what to expect here. Oh, it's inflating. This is actually really clever how it works. They've got a thin inflatable sheet that goes across the entire duvet. So by pumping air into that inflatable sheet, it effectively stretches the rest of the duvet so it has to conform to its full shape, which is flat. Okay, this is probably the single coolest automation we've seen so far. Oh my God. No, that is actually hotel quality finish. And then once it's reached this finished state, it will just take the air out again so it settles. It's a very left field solution to the problem, but my God, is that clever. So to be very clear, this is not an 8-sleep killer. The temperature control is not as good. The product itself doesn't feel as high quality, but the one thing that it is designed to do differently, it does so well that I would still give it a 50% rating. But there is one final pillar of laziness that we haven't yet covered. It's like the single most obvious one. I have been standing for like 50% of this video. Unacceptable, but no more, because this is the chairless chair 2.0. Yes, over $2,500 to be able to sit on command. It's actually not as heavy as it looks. The whole thing is like 3 kilograms. So strap myself in at the waist, right thigh, left thigh. But this is the cool bit. Now the whole thing snaps into my shoes, and it really looks like I should be able to kick a brick wall down with this. But what I can really do... Ah! Yes, please. Thank you. So it's not flawless. You kind of have to treat it with a little bit of care. You kind of want to make sure both legs are fully extended before you put your weight on the thing. But if you do that, it's actually still not very comfortable. I'm like 70% resting, but 30% tensing my core as hard as I can so I don't tip over backwards again. And yeah, it's kind of cool how spontaneous you can be with the thing. Like now I'm walking, I can go this way, now I can decide to sit again. I just can't wrap my head around why it costs as much as it does, considering what it actually is when you break it down. As a general concept though, yeah, I could get used to this life. Subscribe so that I can carry on sitting here. And now for the Hall of Fame winner. Oh, do you know what? It's not gonna fit on the shelves, and we actually do need a bin anyway. Okay, tell you what, you can actually do one better than Hall of Fame. You can become useful. Well played, Air Dear. Well played.
This video has been sponsored by Brilliant. This video has been sponsored. These last 2 years, they've been tough. I've been stressed. Bad things have happened. But I think the worst thing that happened to me by far was the discontinuation of the McDonald's chicken Chipotle wrap. One day they just stopped serving it, and that was it. And I never really truly got over it. I just learned to live without it. But then that was okay. I went a few years, nothing horrifically tragic happened until the other day when I tried to go to Taco Bell.
Yeah, there's no Taco Bell here anymore.
I think they closed it.
In all of Quebec. And they're all gone. That's very sad.
Half my diet is now gone. And I was able, you know, maybe my life is better without those things. But then a few days ago, I tried to go to one of my favorite childhood restaurants, and it didn't exist anymore. And I just, that's it. I'm done. I don't want to deal with this anymore. Well, I guess I have to deal with all that happened. But going forward in the future,
personal for you, right? There's a lot of bad things that can happen if you just run shady stuff on the internet, which is, again, a place where I constantly say have common sense. But a zero-click malware is, as the name implies. Basically, when you get sent an email, or in this case, a message to your iPhone, in the background, without you even opening a text message, the iPhone will process information. So in this case, in this specific attack, what would happen was the iPhone would be parsing images in the background. Now, because the image contained malware, then what would happen is it would launch the malware, it would go through all of the fucking payloads, and next thing you know, somebody's iPhone gets hacked. So once your device is hacked, it doesn't matter what applications you use, because when they hack your phone, they can keylog you, they can do whatever it is they want, and then get that data out and then do whatever nefarious thing they want to do with it. That's how a zero-click works, and it's similar to how it would work on Android devices. So if you want to protect yourself right now, remember, this is malware, but it's not spooky black magic. It's a computer virus that they're launching against you. Use things like lockdown mode. Apple, because of this situation, implemented a mode on their iPhone where you could lock down the system to a point where a lot of these, like vectors that these, fucking companies would use to attack you get automatically disabled, right? And it's important for journalists. It's important for like government leaders. It should just be important for anybody that doesn't want to be fucking spied on. Because when ICE buys this malware, I can imagine what they're probably going to use it for, which is to identify and infiltrate chat networks for people that they want to go after. Now you might be like, but Muda, aren't you protecting criminals or bad people by doing this? I don't give a fuck what this justification is. I don't think you should throw the baby out with the bathwater. When I see illegal surveillance, in my opinion, on people done with malware launched against people's devices to read their messages, I don't give a fuck what the government wants to or doesn't want to do. To me, that sounds like Nazi fucking Germany. That sounds like the Gestapo. That sounds like the secret police using their powers to basically spy on users. No, I think the government can absolutely go against criminal entities with the budget that they are given, and it doesn't have to involve in taking away the freedoms and liberties that people are slowly taking for granted, okay? That's just my honest to God take on that. And if you disagree with me there, then, there's a fucking big red X button at the top right of this window. You can click that and go do your own thing. It is that simple. I'm sorry if I sound overly passionate about this. It's just something that I feel is disgusting and it needs to be called out. And it's one of those things where, like, I don't see many people talking about it because I guess it's too technical. I guess many people don't understand. But this is the government buying malware that they are most likely going to be using against the civilian population en masse. Without
Apple was the most valuable company in the world from 2021 to 2023. But in 2020...
Hello, guys and gals. That I feel is disgusting and it needs to be called out. And it's one of those things where, like, I don't see many people talking about it because I guess it's too technical. I guess many people don't understand. But this is the government buying malware that they are most likely going to be using against the civilian population en masse. Without fucking warrants, it seems. It's crazy. And again, legally speaking, organizations like the EFF brought up something that was a little bit mind-blowing to me. The US was originally buying this, like in the last administration, but they didn't because there was actually an executive order passed that prevented this kind of stuff from happening. So Executive Order 14093, which is prohibiting the use of the US government for commercial spyware that poses risks to national security. So this is a executive order, and I don't know if it's an active executive order. I'm sure a lawyer watching or LawTube can probably correct me on this. I think an EO does it. I think maybe an executive order has like a time or statute to operate under. But the idea is basically this was prevented because a commercial spyware may pose counterintelligence or security risks to the US government when a foreign government, in this case Israel, or a foreign person has used or acquired the commercial spyware to access the US government computers, right? And yada, yada, yada. You can read the whole executive order summary for yourself, but this wasn't a silver bullet, but it was probably the strongest protection people had against a foreign company, a foreign country like Israel, who has no right to be selling software that can be used against another country's citizens. It's just fucking insane that this is the world we're in. I made videos where I taught you guys how to use PGP not even a few weeks ago. During the Battlefield 6 betas, like while we were playing it, I made a video about using PGP, Cleopatra, to make your own keys and start exchanging messages in PGP. And it's not a perfect solution, but given the fact that now the government is buying malware to hack your phones, start using shit like PGP. Start using lockdown mode. Start using advanced data protections. Now, obviously, look, I am not going to jump into the argument of like defending the border stuff. Again, I don't really jump into the political side of stuff that much. You can watch other content creators for it, but I'm just looking at this from a security privacy perspective. Obviously, with agencies like ICE, and really any U.S. federal agency, but specifically, the reason why I'm worried that a warrant isn't going to be used, or it's going to be, you know, basically like a piece of toilet paper for them, is if you look at just what they've been doing right now, they've been using, again, special technologies like the Stingray, where they've basically been using invasive surveillance devices, pretty much, you know, as much as they want to. As much as they really intend to. And of course, the more you go down into it, they're also purchasing vast amounts of, you know, data from, you know, again, data brokers, which is its own discussion that I've had. And while I guess this technically wouldn't be illegal, it just shows you that, again, the goal of agencies is to create this dragnet of surveillance where, again, they will use every means possible to constantly spy on individuals. If you think for a minute this malware won't be sent to a group that, you know, an organization like ICE that would consider, like, ICE would send this to, like, groups that they would consider to be, you know, illegals or criminals in their eyes. I mean, it is a broad terminology that I'm assuming that these organizations are going to go with. And where does it really end, right? Again, it used to be that if they wanted to tap your phones, if they wanted to, you know, tap any surveillance on you, they would have to go through a court order. But it seems like the court comes like way in the end. Like where we're at right now is basically creating surveillance states, and people are just kind of like sleeping through it, or maybe they're just blackpilling themselves and wondering what can they do. If anything, you should be writing to your fucking like government leaders, whoever you can, to basically, you know, prohibit the use of foreign technology, foreign malware, sifting through, you know, your devices or being used to attack you. I mean, who knows, you know, what the parent company of this is possibly doing with that information themselves. It's such a landmine, and I wish people woke up to it, because we are at a point where the federal government is now starting up deals with foreign companies, foreign countries, to buy software that they can use to read people's messages all without warrants. Fucking insane shit is happening. But there are ways to fight back. Remember, it's just a computer virus, right? And there are ways to protect yourself, and it is imperative, obviously, for Apple and Google and all these companies to bolster their protections, because they don't want to also be made a mockery of when it comes to these Israeli companies and their die-hard boners to fucking go after people and, you know, read messages and shit, or forensically stop bad people. Again, there are bad people, but you can't just be throwing the baby out with the fucking bathwater, right? It is that simple. I'm even sure in like in countries like Israel too, like even the cybersecurity guys are fighting with each other over there. Like, bro, you've got one batch of guys that are out there creating this gray market world, and then you got the other guys who are like, fuck, we have to stop our gray market guys from. It's just crazy. It's fucking clown world, okay? But yes, ladies and gentlemen, protect yourself. Protect yourself against a tyrannical regime.
I never want to experience that again. So I have to come up with a way to preserve the food so that if I know it's my favorite, I can just stock up and store it so that in the future, maybe if the business doesn't do so well, I can still enjoy their food after they're gone.
Is that a little extreme?
Yeah. I mean, the most obvious way would be to just get the food and to freeze it, but I feel like that only lasts for like maybe a few months before it just gets disgustingly freezer burned. I feel like the only way to actually preserve the food is to freeze dry it. So I went ahead and I bought this this freeze dryer to help me out. So the plan is to find something that is currently my favorite food, then I'm gonna freeze it and dry it, which should put it in like, I guess a state it's kind of like a cracker. It's just dry and hard, and that should be able to be stored indefinitely. But to prove that this will work, I'll then have to take it from its cracker state and to rehydrate it and turn it back into the original food. I think I could get it to work. I think we can do it. And if it works, well, problem solved, I guess. So I guess now we just have to go out and get some food. Pizza from one of my favorite childhood places. I got a little hungry on the way. What I also got though, which I think could be fun, is a bubble tea. It's just a regular milk tea with, the little tapiocas. So now, this is all of the food that I wanted. But I also got this as a special request by Reggie, my friend behind the camera. It's, apparently, it's an entire Chinese meal. Oh, wow. Okay, so, oh no. Oh my God. So.
Oh yeah, and a wonton soup.
So why did you choose specifically Chinese food from this place?
I grew up with this from childhood too, so I just feel like,
Enough said. Enough said. I understand. Let's go. So, I think I'm gonna go with actually 2 slices, just in case. Oh God. Okay. And now for my bubble tea. Oh, it's perfect. Just lacking the bubbles now. That's way too close to the top. Okay. You can do the Chinese stuff.
Oh, yes.
You know what?
That's good.
I think we can go more. Okay. To me, that looks pretty, that looks good and healthy. Now.
No, that goes on the wonton soup.
No, but we gotta put them somewhere.
Also, they're kind of already dried.
I mean, no, they still must have moisture in them. Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
This is the best part.
I lost some, but what could you do?
So you forgot about the fortune cookie.
Oh, an absolute disaster. Put it there. There we go.
Perfect.
We actually can't just directly put this into the freeze dryer. I mean, we kind of can. There is a freeze function on it, but it would just take a really long time. And usually what you would do is put it in the freezer and then put it in there. That's just too much time. What I want to try instead is to flash freeze everything using liquid nitrogen.
Why is it bending like that?
It was designed like that. It was meant.
Tell him autistic, I remix music. Bro, buddy, you're not Batman. You're not Batman L9, buddy. Oh my god, wait, it means that I need to dodge. Holy, you're dressed like Dante's nice muscles, thank you, bro. Yeah, I'm a Dante's disciple. Oh, buddy, but like seriously now, like, you're not going to play the game? Bro, but last game you played the game. How the fuck can you play how? Bro, you literally played against me one game ago, no? If I'm not wrong. Yeah, it's me, bro. No, it's me. That's what I'm saying. Bro, but like, wait, how did you play this game, by the way? If you're playing on multiplayer clients. Wait, what? Stream delay 90 seconds? Ah, wait, you're not multi-clienting? You're playing on one account? Oh, never. Oh, it's because of the delay. Oh, okay, okay, okay. Oh, I thought you're multi-clienting like Batman L9. Like this guy. Because he's multi-clienting and I thought that we're in a different lobby. I thought we are on like multiplayer lobbies at once. Like this guy do, if you know this guy. He's running down people on different accounts at once. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Ugly ass streamer. Hey, yo. Can't open your stream. I'm in a different lobby. Oh. No, no, exactly, for sure. Reform for me is Alba. What about you? Gym abuser. Hell yeah. Sofia, Bulgaria. Oh shit, hell yeah, bro. Nice. No, I wish France, but I'm not French. I'm from Israel. But if I would be from French, it could have been cool. I wish. Unfortunately, I'm not. Yeah. Maybe someday, bro. Mm, 7 million points? What the fuck? I personally don't really like their accent too much, really. In the series, it annoys me a bit, but they do have good things here. On all accounts. 215 I had another account, other accounts too. Oh my god. Without no give points before to really? 2015 they didn't give points? What the fuck? That's weird, I didn't know that. Mic and camera, oh hell yeah. I did around to 2018. 16, 19 I didn't play that much. Okay, okay, okay. Wait, 14 million, bro, you're crazy. 14 million, bro, is nuts. Oh my god. Had bad PC. I see. Yeah, makes sense. Makes sense, makes sense. But it's a remake. Bro, it's a remake. And pings lagged me? Really? Oh shit. 2015 they finally added being able to mute pings, which completely lagged my FPS, dropping from 0 to what? Oh my god. I'm reloading client as usual. Oh really? I have to reload it 3 to 4 times nearly every loading screen? Really? Why, bro? Your PC is not good? Even before the Vanguard? What the hell? That's so weird. Your PC is good? Costed about 1000. Oh shit. Really? I wonder why though. Maybe it's because of the internet company? There is any chance? Bulgarian lev, yeah. No, we have very good internet. I'm from Bulgaria. Damn. That's weird, bro. Kinda sad to hear. And in class, I learned that we had the best internet back in 2008. Oh shit. That feels bad. I wonder what's the issue then. Kinda weird. Down to out city client? Yeah, probably. Aye, what are those pings, bro?
Okay, so I don't think these plates are gonna work, or they might. I don't have faith in them anymore because of that traumatic experience. So, different plates. So we'll use these metal ones from the freeze dryer, but also I need to turn the freeze dryer on. Okay. Well, this pepperoni is gonna be lost. Okay, we can drop this in. The pizza's just floating. Yeah, this is getting cold. Oh yeah.
Like, does it need to be any colder than rock hard?
That's getting there.
How long is this tea?
Oh yeah, that's good. It's pretty rock solid. I'm gonna put it into the freeze dryer. The trap is now at -52. So we'll load that in here. Okay. Next one now. Oh no, I'm afraid the pizza's gonna explode. Okay. On to the next. It's gonna take a long time, so I'm sorry, but we need to put some directly.
So what happens to the flavor of the soup if you're adding?
I think it's fine.
Okay.
I think it's fine. Don't worry, your soup is fine. This process is perfect. Look at that, it's beautiful. It's perfect. It's gonna splatter. Oh yeah, that's done. Oh no, I'm already regretting this. Whatever. It's going about as you would expect. Oh, look at that. Oh, yeah.
It looks fake.
I don't like how absolutely packed to the brim this one is. And for the finale, the General Tao meal. You gotta go fast because I think the other things are kind of like defrosting. Everything should still be really cold. Turned on the vacuum. And in theory, that's it. Just gotta make sure the vacuum gets to... We're now at 1 Pascal, which is like, it's a pretty strong vacuum. So in here, there's basically no air. It's just a vacuum.
Right, so what's happening while it's in there?
Basically, below a certain pressure, ice can't melt, but it's still able to vaporize. The idea is that the water will still evaporate out of the food, but because it's frozen, it's going from solid to gas instead of the normal, liquid to gas, like if you put this food in an oven or something. So it should stay frozen basically until there's no water left.
How is this better than putting it in an oven?
Oh yeah, so if you put it in an oven and you heat it, that can potentially change the flavor. The other thing is like, you'd be going from liquid to gas, and by doing so, it kind of pulls a bit of a vacuum, and the food ends up crushing in on itself a little bit. But if you do that, you can't rehydrate the food. It's a one-way thing. You can actually see at the tip of the pizza, it looks like some of the frosty part is gone, like it's receding. And I think that's just because the ice is vaporizing. This is not it's not a fast process though, and I'd say it's gonna take at least 15 hours. And just to be sure, I think 24 is what I'll leave it for. It's been about 5 days, which is significantly longer than 1 day. I was really hoping that everything would go great, but everything got cracked and fell apart. And I think it's just because of the liquid nitrogen. It's a little bit sad, but I think the pieces are still big enough that it's still a good proof of concept. The General Tao meal somehow looks kind of funny. I started off doubting the General Tao, but now I feel like it's our only hope to have a fully intact meal regenerated. Remove the dome. Look at all the ice in there. That is all of the water from the food. It smells like pizza. It actually smells like pizza. I was a little bit worried that it wouldn't dry, so that's why I did it for 5 days. But I think it's nice and dry. So we got the first piece. Again, in hindsight, it seems really obvious that dunking pizza in liquid nitrogen would probably crack it. But I think this is still fine. This is still fine.
Oh. Okay. There you go.
I mean, we're obviously gonna rehydrate this, but I kind of just want to try. What does dry pizza taste like? Look at that. I think that's a good piece. Look, you got the cheese, the pepperoni, and the bread. Oh my god. It's like pretty good.
No.
It's just a cracker that tastes exactly like pizza. The next is this. The egg roll, definitely, it's seen better days. Tastes like an egg roll. I think the theme we're having here so far is, it works. It's just now really dry. What's my fortune?
That was my fortune.
Prosperity makes friends. Adversity tries them. Okay, sure. Now for bubble tea and wonton soup. Look at this, it just fell apart. Are these wontons?
Those are wontons.
No! I'm pretty sure that without all the water, this is just 90% MSG. Now we have the bubble tea. Can you see how fluffy it is?
Yeah, this looks exciting.
Uh-oh. It's like super concentrated milk and then pure sugar. I forgot about the sugar. And these tapiocas are like inedible. The last one. Oh God. How does it still have so much mass? It feels like tungsten. What is in this meal? Without the water, how is it still so heavy? Oh, I shouldn't have done that. What is this, chicken fried rice?
That's chicken fried rice.
Okay. It tastes like uncooked rice, except you can chew it. Now, for the General Tao chicken. I feel like this is the worst out of everything. I don't know how to describe this. It's like the weirdest texture with a flavor I've never had before. It's not that bad. So far, 100% success. Well, minus all the cracking. 99% success. Or 98%. 97% success. In theory, at this point, the food should be preserved and we could just bag it up and store it. So in like 5 years, I could have another pizza cracker if I wanted to. But I don't really want to eat pizza crackers in 5 years or General Tao taffy. So now we have to somehow convert all of this back into what it once was to see if it's even possible. I think it can be done. Minus all the cracks. Like assuming, we ignore all that. I think these ones, it's just a matter of like mixing it with water. That I'm not too concerned about. I think it's just, that's it. The more food solid ones, I'm not entirely sure how to turn this back into non-cracker form. What happens if we just put like water on the pizza? Will it just absorb it and then turn back into pizza? Well, the problem with the bread is it'll get soggy.
That's the problem.
I think the only option we have is this. I think that if you just kind of like make hot vapor around it, the food will reabsorb the moisture and go back to, just go back. So I filled this with water. I think it's just that. And that's it, you just turn it on and it steams.
That's it.
I mean, if it works, that's really simple. Okay, let's load it up on the spatula. Pizza time. In my opinion, this will work perfectly. I think we gotta leave it there for a bit. Just a couple minutes. Oh, that's looking better.
How can you tell?
I don't know. Okay. Moisture's coming back. I'm feeling good about this. I think while we wait, we will try to regenerate the beautiful wonton soup. All we need is boiling water, I guess. The wonton dust. That's about enough, right? It's pre-chewed. It's all pre-chewed. Okay. Taste test with the chunks. It's a little bit chewy. But other than that, it's pretty good. Just tastes like wonton soup. To make the tea, I think I just have to basically shoot it into water. Success. It's basically just instant milk tea mix. It just tastes like the bubble tea. Well, except for the tapiocas. Yeah, those are inedible. And now we will check back on the pizza. Oh. The cheese, oh. Does that look good or bad? Uh-oh. I think we gotta rescue this pizza. I'm panicking right now. I'm panicking. Oh no. Uh-oh. I think we gotta rescue this pizza. I'm panicking right now. I'm panicking. Oh no.
It's okay. It's good.
How does it look worse than when I put it in?
Yeah, it doesn't. The cheese got darker.
Does it cook cheese at like? No. Oh no. The cheese got like cooked. Oh my god. This is a disaster.
Is the flavor still there?
It's honestly worse than before.
I want to try a piece of pepperoni.
It's not good.
Oh.
How?
Oh. No.
I think the steamer, like look, it's been sitting here for, the steamer, I think the steamer, like look, it's been sitting here for, the steamer is an embarrassment and it will not work. I think I'm ashamed to have even tried. This is our last hope. This is our only hope. And I'm gonna be totally honest. It doesn't look good.
So how are you gonna rehydrate the chicken?
Okay, I think we need to add a little bit of water on top.
All right, let's go.
This isn't hot water, it's just cold water. I think we gotta add a little bit just to jumpstart it. Yeah, see, it just gets absorbed. Oh my god, it just... Oh, the chicken's sucking it up.
That's probably enough water.
No, we gotta... Look at it, it's still so thirsty. So we'll refrigerate this, and every so often I'll come by and I'll water the General Tao. And hopefully by tomorrow morning, we'll have a very nice General Tao breakfast.
I'm ready for that.
I guess that's it, right? Should I just try it like this?
No.
Oh.
We should heat it up. Here it is.
It really does. It just looks like either an instant meal or leftovers. What do I test first? I'll go with the rice first. Okay, texture is pasty and it's just pasty.
Good?
Honestly, it's like a little bit pasty, but it tastes like instant rice, kind of. Not bad. Has like, I feel like it's 80% of what it once was. I think the biggest test is the chicken. Because I have my doubts whether the chicken got rehydrated. The chicken looks a little glassy. It looks like it's encased. Oh no. Okay. It's pretty good. It just tastes like, I think the best way to describe it is the chicken has the texture of like a spare rib. It's a little bit tougher and chewier, but this is 100% edible, which to me is good enough. You want to try some?
Yeah.
Here. This is your meal.
Yeah, no, I know. I mean, it looks like its original form. So, I mean, honestly, if this restaurant was gone, and this is what I had after a lot of years, many years, I would give this like an 8 on 10.
Objectively, what is it?
Objectively, like a 3 on 10.
Oh no. So I think what we need to do now is get a couple other opinions. Objective opinions. We're biased. We need objective opinions on how good this is. Hey guys. You guys want some food? else's, because I think this is kind of fine. Yeah, I think it's fine. Totally acceptable. But I do understand